Hello, my friend. You've been running all day, maybe not with your feet, but with your thoughts, your fears, your trying. Tonight, there's nothing to outrun, nothing to fix, nothing to prove. This is your space. This moment belongs only to you. Let's begin by letting go. Not all at once, just one breath at a time. Close your eyes if it feels right, and let your shoulders drop. Really drop. Feel the tension slide down, out of your arms into the ground beneath you. Let your hands go soft. Unclench your jaw. Feel the air move in and out. There's nowhere you need to be. No one you need to become. You are not behind. You are not late. You are here, and here is enough. Feel your back sink into what's holding you. Let the mattress, the cushion, the earth carry your weight for now. Your legs, they've carried so much today. Let them grow heavy. Let them rest. Your breath doesn't need to be perfect, just steady, just yours. Inhale gently and exhale completely. This is the pause you were never taught to take, the silence you didn't know you were allowed to have, a silence that welcomes you, not judges you. Right now, you're not running, not escaping, not striving. You're just arriving, back to yourself, back to a quieter truth. And in this stillness, I'll stay with you, gently guiding you into what comes next. Because sometimes, what we really need to hear isn't loud. It's not urgent. It's not even spoken. It's just finally allowed. It didn't hit me all at once. It never does. We just arrived quietly, like most truths do. Not with a lightning bolt, but more like a slow fog, settling low in my chest, heavy, but not unbearable. Just enough to notice something was off. You ever feel that? Like you're holding your breath, but don't remember when you started. Like life is happening around you, but you're half a step out of sync. Like your soul forgot the choreography. I didn't know what I was running from, only that I couldn't stop. Every day was movement. Every night was exhaustion. But nothing felt like progress, only survival. And I think I was scared. Not of the dark, not of pain, but of stillness. Because if I stopped moving, if I sat with myself, I was afraid of what I'd hear, of what I'd feel. That quiet echo of, "Is this it?" That whisper of, "What if I'm missing something?" So I filled my life with noise, appointments, deadlines, tiny, urgent things, notifications that blinked like they mattered. I kept running, and the faster I moved, the wetter I became. Until one day, soaked to the skin with my own avoidance, I finally looked up. The rain hadn't stopped, but I had. And in that pause, I realized I wasn't drowning. I was just tired. Tired of pretending I was fine. Tired of acting like I wasn't afraid. Tired of sprinting toward a life I never stopped to ask if I even wanted. That's what this is. Not a how-to, Not a recovery story, just a reflection of what it means to stop running, to stand in the rain, to feel everything you tried to outrun, and to find, somehow, that it's okay to get wet, even holy, because sometimes that's when the real cleansing begins. Some days feel like nothing is wrong on the surface. The sky is clear enough. Your inbox isn't too loud. You remember to take your vitamins. Your body works. You even sleep through the night without interruption. But there's something else, a quiet weight. It sits somewhere behind the chest or under the collarbone. Not heavy enough to stop the day, but present, like background static. Like the fridge hum you only notice when everything else goes quiet. You go through the motions. You check your phone, smile where expected, nod when someone says something you can't quite hear. You've done this so many times, it feels automatic now. This performance of presence. But you're not really here, not fully, not in that way where your breath reaches all the way down. You've been feeling this way for a while, haven't you? And no, you haven't talked about it, because what would you even say? I feel off, but I can't explain why? It sounds too vague, too fragile, too self-indulgent. So you keep moving, because staying still would mean letting that ache come closer. It would mean actually listening to the questions rising from somewhere unnamed. Questions like, what am I really doing this all for? When did I last feel something that wasn't filtered through obligation? Why does joy feel so far away, even when everything looks fine? You don't have answers. Not yet. You only have the awareness that you've been avoiding something. Maybe for years, maybe longer. And the worst part? You've gotten good at it, at functioning, at smiling, at being the version of you people expect to see. The version that's helpful, dependable, low maintenance. But underneath that, there's this slow erosion happening. Not loud, just steady. You forget little things. What day it is, why you walked into the room, the name of that artist you used to love. You don't laugh as easily. You crave silence, but when you get it, it unnerves you. You want someone to ask you if you're okay, but not too directly, not in a way that might unravel you, because you're scared that if the ache ever got language, if it ever took full shape, you wouldn't know how to hold it. So you keep it vague. I'm just tired. I've been busy. It's nothing. But it isn't nothing. It's everything you've swallowed, every time you didn't want to make things harder for anyone else. It's all the grief you never had time to grieve. All the loneliness you disguised as independence. All the fear you dressed up as ambition. It's not dramatic, not cinematic. It's not even obvious from the outside. It's quiet, which makes it easier to ignore and harder to escape. And yet, in that quiet, there's also something true. Something your body has been trying to tell you for a long time. Something like, please stop running. Please feel this. Please let me catch up. Because here's the thing. The ache you feel isn't a sign that something is broken. It's a signal that something is buried. And buried things don't disappear. They grow roots in the dark. They wait, patiently, until one day, you're sitting on the edge of your bed with your hands in your hair and a breath you can't quite finish. And there it is, not new, not sudden, just finally undeniable. You've built an entire life on top of this ache. A life that looks fine, maybe even impressive, but it's not grounded in joy. It's grounded in momentum, in the pressure to keep up, to not fall behind, to stay useful, to not make anyone uncomfortable with your discomfort. But discomfort has its own timing, and when it's ready to be heard, no amount of busy can drown it out. So it follows you into the grocery store, into the elevator ride, into the scroll before bed that leaves your eyes tired and your heart untouched. The moment when someone says, "How have you been?" and you pause a second too long before saying, "Good, you?" Because good is easier than "I don't know." Easier than "something feels off, but I haven't made space to ask what." Easier than "I miss myself, but I don't know where I left me." And still, the ache waits, not to punish you, but to remind you that you're not just tired, you're misaligned, out of step with the part of you that used to feel whole. You used to cry more freely, didn't you? Used to dream without folding the edges down so they wouldn't inconvenience anyone else. Used to take long walks just to hear your own thoughts. Now, you can't remember the last time you did anything without checking your phone halfway through. And yet, you're not hopeless. That ache you carry, it means your heart still wants more, still believes there's more, still hasn't given up on something softer, something truer, something slower. It's easy to forget in a world that rewards speed, but not all healing happens in motion. Sometimes it happens in the pause. In the moment you finally say, "I can't keep doing this." And you don't mean your job, or your relationship, or your routine. You mean this pretending, this shallow breathing, this constant forwardness that forgets to ask what you're actually moving toward. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do isn't to keep going, it's to stop, to stand still, even in the rain, even if you're soaked to the bone with everything you've avoided. Because maybe the rain isn't here to ruin you. Maybe it's here to reveal you, to rinse the layers that never belonged, to soften the parts of you that have gone rigid with survival, to show you that what you've been calling sadness might just be longing, and what you've called exhaustion might just be grief finally catching up. And beneath all of that, maybe there's still a self in there, a self worth waiting for, listening to, standing beside, even when she's trembling, even when she's wordless, especially then. Because rain doesn't just soak, it softens, it nourishes, it reminds the soil, you can still grow something here. So maybe this ache isn't a flaw, maybe it's a doorway, and maybe, just maybe, you're already standing at the threshold, wet, worn, but more ready than you know. There's something strange about the silence, isn't there? We crave it, long for it, build entire dreams around it. Quiet mornings, slow coffee, fewer notifications, a little peace. But when it finally arrives, we panic. We turn up the music. We reach for our phones. We start cleaning a counter that isn't dirty just to keep our hands busy. Because silence, once we're in it, feels too exposed. It has a way of making things louder, not softer. It sharpens the corners we've been walking past. It echoes in all the places we've left unanswered. We say we want rest, but we don't know what to do when there's nothing to respond to, no one to tend to, no next thing to prepare for. We don't know how to just be. Stillness should be simple, but for many of us, it feels dangerous. Because what if, when it's quiet, we finally hear the things we've tried so hard not to hear? What if all the feelings we buried start knocking at the door we locked behind busyness? What if the silence doesn't soothe, but swallows? These fears don't make you broken, they make you honest. There's a reason so many of us run toward noise. Not because we love chaos, but because we don't know who we are without it. There's comfort in distraction. Scrolling, working, planning, performing. It's a kind of armor, because as long as your calendar is full, as long as the TV is on, as long as someone needs you, you don't have to ask yourself the deeper questions. But one day, you cancel the plans. The Wi-Fi cuts out. The room goes still. And there you are, just you, and the silence, and the ache you've labeled 1,000 different things. Tired, hormonal, seasonal, fine. But not this time. This time, the ache wants attention. Not fixing, not solving, just presence. It's disorienting. You sit on the edge of the bed, heart beating faster than it should. You check your phone, nothing new. You walk to the kitchen, open the fridge, close it again. You sit back down, and it hits you. You don't know how to be alone with yourself anymore. And not because you don't love who you are, but because you've spent so long avoiding her. You've kept her busy, kept her productive, kept her distracted. Because the truth is, stillness is where you feel the grief the most. It's where you remember the conversations that never finished, the goodbyes that didn't get said, the versions of you that got left behind to please someone else. Stillness doesn't just hold you, it reveals you. And that's terrifying, especially if you've built your worth around usefulness. Because if you're not doing anything, what are you? If you're not pleasing anyone, who are you? If you stop running, will you still matter? These are the questions that rise in the silence. They don't come gently, but they come with truth. And truth, though unsettling, is always sacred. You might cry, not because something terrible happened, but because your body is finally safe enough to release what it's been carrying too long. You might feel nothing, just a numb fog. That's okay too. Sometimes the silence isn't clarity. It's just rest. It's your nervous system stepping off the treadmill. It's your breath remembering what slow feels like. It's not a punishment. It's a return. A soft, hard, holy return. But we don't talk about this enough. How uncomfortable it is to return to ourselves after being gone so long. We expect it to feel good, empowering, peaceful, but often it just feels foreign. Like walking back into a house that used to be yours, but now holds echoes instead of furniture. You touch the walls. They feel familiar, but empty. You check the drawers. still there, dusty, but not ruined. You stand in the center of it all and ask, can I live here again? Can I trust this version of me? Can I move back into a life that's built on presence, not performance? The silence doesn't answer, but it doesn't leave either. It waits patiently because the stillness has no agenda. It doesn't demand. It simply offers space. And maybe for the first time in a long while, you don't run from it. You sit down, back straight, then slouched, then straight again. You shift, breathe, sip tea that's gone cold, and you listen, not for answers, but for your own voice, the one underneath all the other voices. The one that says things like, I miss who I was before I had to be so strong. I don't know what I want, but I know this isn't it. I want softness, but I'm afraid I don't deserve it. These aren't confessions, they're beginnings. They're the first real sentences you've spoken to yourself in a long time. And they come from the part of you that's been waiting, not judging, not angry, just waiting for you to get still enough to remember that you're more than your output, more than your productivity, more than your role in everyone else's story. You're a human being with breath and weight and depth and aching and hope. Stillness isn't about fixing that. It's about noticing it, holding it, honoring it, letting it be messy and imperfect and unmarketable, letting it be yours. Because you don't owe anyone a version of you that doesn't include the quiet parts. You don't have to shine all the time. You don't have to rise from every silence with clarity. Sometimes you just rise, tired, disoriented, but a little closer to truth. And that's enough. That's the work. That's what happens when stillness stops being scary and starts being sacred. You meet yourself again, not fully, not with triumph, just honestly, like, hey, I've missed you. And you start the long, slow work of becoming someone you don't have to run away from. That's what stillness makes possible. Not ease, but return. It's strange how loud things get when nothing is actually happening. You can be sitting on the couch, blanket over your legs, warm drink in hand, and still feel like there's a siren going off somewhere in your chest. Not a panic, not a breakdown, just a storm. The kind that doesn't announce itself with thunder. The kind that builds quietly, low pressure, behind your ribs. It gathers in the muscles, the jaw, the shoulders, the stomach, and then, somewhere in the middle of a normal day, it spills. Not in tears always, sometimes in irritability, in zoning out during conversations, in getting irrationally upset that the remote isn't where you left it, or when you open the fridge and forget what you were looking for, or find yourself staring at your own reflection in the microwave door, thinking, when did I start looking this tired? It seems small, but it's not small. It's the weight of weeks, months, maybe years, all compacted into invisible layers, like wet clothes you never took off. This is the storm we carry, and most of us, we try to outrun it. We think if we stay busy enough, loud enough, useful enough, needed enough, we can stay ahead of it. That if we just don't sit down, the flood can't reach us. So we hustle. We say yes. We show up. We keep our calendars full. We answer emails from bed. We double book weekends. And we call it being productive. We call it being strong. But sometimes, strength is just survival in disguise. Because deep down, we know if we stop moving, the storm will catch up. And we don't know if we're ready to face what it's carrying. Maybe it's grief we never named, or anger we pushed down so long it calcified. Maybe it's guilt, shame, or just exhaustion that has nowhere to go. We think rest will fix it, but rest doesn't always feel safe, because when your identity has been built around running, stillness feels like failure. Who am I when I'm not achieving something? Who am I when I'm not being needed? Who am I when there's nothing left to manage, organize, explain, fix? These are terrifying questions when you've lived a life that equates motion with meaning. And yet, the storm still comes. No matter how fast you move, no matter how long you delay, it waits. In the pauses between conversations, in the walk from the car to the door, in the moment you open a cabinet and forget what you came for, in the silence after a group chat goes quiet, and you wonder if it's about you. It waits for the moment you are just still enough to feel it. And when it comes, it doesn't knock, it just enters. Soft, heavy, relentless. And you, who have kept everything going, suddenly feel like your insides don't fit your body anymore. You don't cry. You don't scream. You just feel full. Like every inch of you is holding something unnamed and ancient. Your body wants release. Through tears, through rest, through something. But your mind won't let go of the wheel. That's the storm. It's not always emotional. Sometimes it's physiological. You clench your teeth in your sleep. Your chest stays tight for no reason. You eat when you're not hungry, or forget to eat at all. These are the symptoms of a soul that's been in motion too long. It's not weak. It's not dramatic. It's not overthinking. It's backlog. Emotional, mental, spiritual backlog. The internal inbox you never cleared. And when it floods, it's not because you're broken. It's because you're full. And what does a storm do when it's full? It releases. It spills. Not to destroy, but to cleanse. To make room. To force you, gently or violently, into noticing. And sometimes, the noticing hurts. You notice how little tenderness you offer yourself. How quickly you abandon your own needs when someone else calls. How often you override your body's fatigue just to feel capable. You notice how hard you've been on yourself, how unforgiving, how little space you've given yourself to just be a person. Flawed, in progress, tired, soft. No one taught us how to be soft in the storm. We were taught to be resilient, to rise, to push, to bounce back, to call it a growth season. But not everything has to be a season. Not every ache needs a label. Sometimes you're not in a chapter. You're just in a moment. And it's okay if that moment is hard. It doesn't need to be a lesson right away. It doesn't need to be beautiful yet. You can just be here, soaked, spent, surrendered. And maybe that surrender is what the storm has been asking of you all along. Not collapse, not helplessness, just honesty. The kind of honesty that says, I can't do this at this pace anymore. I miss feeling joy in the small things. I don't want to keep carrying what isn't mine. That honesty breaks things open. Not dramatically, but enough. Enough for light to come in. Enough for breath to stretch a little further than before. Enough for your voice to say, even if just to yourself, I'm still here. Not fixed, not thriving, just here. That is the beginning of release. Not the end of the storm, but the moment you stop running from it. And in that pause, you realize it's not here to drown you. It's here to bring you back. Back to the parts of you that you abandoned for the sake of holding it all together. Back to the self that doesn't need to earn rest. Back to the self that remembers how to be still without feeling useless. Back to the self that can sit in silence and hear something other than shame. The storm, it turns out, is not your enemy. It's your unmet self, arriving with tears and thunder, asking to be let in. And you're allowed to open the door. You're allowed to say, I didn't know how to welcome you. I'm learning now. And slowly you do. You light a candle. You make the tea. You let the room stay quiet. You stop apologizing for the heaviness. You stop calling your sensitivity too much. You start believing that maybe, just maybe, what's been rising in you isn't weakness, it's weather. And like all weather, it will pass. But only if you let it come. Let it rain. Let it flood. Let it break open whatever needs breaking. Because you are not made of stone. You are earth, soft, absorbing, growing. And you were never meant to outrun the storm. You were meant to feel it, to let it wash the dust off your joy. To let it loosen the roots of what no longer serves you. To let it show you what is still living underneath the overwhelm. That is the quiet miracle. Not that the storm ends, but that you are still standing inside it, still breathing, still becoming. And maybe, just maybe, you don't need to escape it. Maybe you just need to let it move through. And when it passes, what's left behind might not be damage, but space. There's a moment that doesn't feel like a moment when it first arrives. It slips in quietly, like warm air under a doorframe. Nothing dramatic happens. No epiphany. No crash, no sudden clarity. You just stop. Not forever, not with certainty, just enough. Enough to feel your feet, enough to hear your breath, enough to notice that the world didn't fall apart because you paused. You sit there, maybe on the floor, maybe in your car, maybe on the edge of a bathtub, still in your clothes. And it hits you, not all at once, but in waves. You've been carrying more than you realized. Not just tasks, not just obligations, but unsaid things, unfelt feelings, unanswered questions you got tired of asking. And now, without warning or permission, your body says, I can't run anymore. So you don't. You stop scrolling. You stop fixing. You stop trying to find the right playlist, or the next thing to clean, or the perfect way to make this moment productive. And instead, you let it be what it is. Awkward, still, real. This is what standing still looks like. It looks like putting down your phone mid-sentence and not picking it back up for a while. It looks like crying for no reason in a parking lot and not needing to explain it. It looks like canceling plans you were never really excited for and not replacing them with something else. It looks like answering, "How are you?" with, "I don't know," and letting that be enough. No spin, no translation, just truth. Standing still isn't glamorous. It won't get you praise or applause. It might even make you feel like you're falling behind, especially in a world that rewards speed, visibility, clarity. But stillness has its own kind of power. It reveals what you actually want, underneath the layers of what you've been taught to chase. It shows you where it hurts, yes, but also where it longs, where you're not just tired, but untouched, where you're not just overwhelmed, but disconnected. And in that disconnection, a quiet desire emerges, not for more things, but for more self, more breath, more slow, more honesty, more softness that doesn't need to be justified. And here's the wild thing. When you finally stand still, really still, you begin to feel the world meeting you differently. It's not louder, it's not faster, it's just more spacious. You notice little things, like the way the light hits the wall at 4:30 p.m., like how your dog looks at you when you're not rushing, like the sound of your own chewing, the real kind of hunger, not just boredom snacking. You start hearing your own thoughts without the filter of performance. You remember how certain songs used to make you feel. You reread a message from someone who once made you feel seen and let yourself feel it again, instead of brushing it off. You walk slower. You scroll less. You leave voice memos instead of typing because your hands are tired and your voice wants to be used. These aren't resolutions. They're responses to stillness, to your own rhythm slowly returning. And no, it's not perfect. You still feel uneasy. You still check your phone too often. Still snap at someone you love. Still wake up some mornings feeling like the ache is back with new edges. But you're learning not to run, not right away. You're learning to stay, just long enough to soften, just long enough to breathe, just long enough to ask, with gentle curiosity, what part of me is asking for care right now? And the answers aren't always poetic. Sometimes it's, I need sleep, or I'm dehydrated, or I miss someone and I don't know if I should reach out. Stillness doesn't turn you into a monk. It just helps you become more honest. It helps you stop performing peace and actually sit with the real version of it. The messy, unpredictable, half-there version that doesn't look good in a quote box. You start realizing how much of your busy was actually avoidance. How many of your yeses came from fear of disappointing people, not from alignment? How many things you called urgent were really just emotional habits? And from this place, not of judgment, but noticing, you begin to make space. for new kinds of quiet, for unproductive mornings that still nourish you, for long conversations that don't go anywhere but feel real, for rewatching the same movie not because you're lazy, but because it reminds you who you were the first time you saw it, for writing down thoughts that don't have to become content, for staring at your ceiling fan and feeling your own heartbeat. Stillness isn't the absence of life. It's the texture of it, the part you miss when everything's a blur. And in the blur, it's so easy to forget that you were never built for constant motion. You were built for seasons, for rhythm, for breath, for ebb and return. So when you finally stand still, not because you were forced to, but because you chose to, you remember. You remember what it's like to feel full without being busy, what it's like to feel loved without performing, what it's like to be home, in yourself. And maybe that's where healing starts. Not in big breakthroughs or life overhauls, but in these tiny, unremarkable moments where you finally say, I'm allowed to not chase. I'm allowed to stop. I'm allowed to just be. And the rain? It's still falling. But now, you're not running from it. You're standing still, arms loose at your sides, face turned upward. Not because you figured everything out, but because for the first time in a long time, you're not afraid of getting wet. There's a fear that most people won't admit to out loud. It doesn't show up with a loud voice or obvious urgency. It creeps in quietly, like water under a closed door. It's the fear of being forgotten. Not in the dramatic, end-of-the-world kind of way, but in the small, ordinary ways that cut deeper than we want to admit. You send a message, and it's left unread. You share something important, and the room moves on too quickly. You laugh at a joke you don't find funny just to stay part of the group. You bring up a memory no one else remembers, and something inside you whispers, maybe I'm not as seen as I thought. It's not about fame, not about needing constant attention. It's about longing to be held in someone's mental landscape, to know you leave a trace, to feel like your presence lingers, even when you're not in the room. But more and more, we feel disposable. Replaced by newer versions, faster replies, cleaner aesthetics, shorter attention spans. We learn how to shrink ourselves so we don't inconvenience. We become palatable, predictable, low maintenance, and we call it being easy to be around. We wear it like a badge, but deep down, a question lingers. If I stopped showing up, would anyone notice? Would the world tilt, even slightly? Would someone say, she always remembered the little things, or I miss the way they made space for everyone? Or would there just be silence? No resentment, no heartbreak, just nothing. And that thought terrifies you more than pain ever did, because at least pain means something mattered. But being forgotten, it feels like you never existed. You've tried to outrun that fear, haven't you? By becoming valuable, by being the reliable one, the funny one, the useful one, by always saying, I'm here if you need anything, even when no one asks how you're doing, by showing up even when you're empty, because invisibility feels more unbearable than exhaustion. But what if the thing you're trying to earn is something you already deserve? What if being remembered isn't about how loud you are, but how real you've let yourself be? We confuse visibility with significance. We think if our story isn't told, if our photo isn't posted, if our absence goes unmentioned, we didn't matter. But sometimes, the people who sit the quietest leave the deepest impression. Sometimes it's not the headline moments that stay with someone. It's the soft presence, the held gaze, the way you said someone's name and made it sound like belonging. You've done that. You just didn't notice. Because the world doesn't clap for those things. There's no algorithm that rewards gentleness. No metric that measures how safe someone feels around you. But those are the things that last. The way your laugh softened a tense room. The way you remembered how someone takes their tea. The way you didn't interrupt when they needed space to think. You think you'll be forgotten because you weren't loud. But some things echo because of how quietly they landed. Still, I get it. That ache, that longing to be held in someone's memory the way you hold others. To know you're not just background good, but felt. To have someone say, "I thought of you when I saw this. I missed your voice today. You don't post much, but I always notice when you do." And when that doesn't come, you start questioning your place. You start over-giving, over-explaining, over-performing connection just to keep the thread from snapping. You don't want to be forgotten. So you become unforgettable in ways that exhaust you. You make yourself easy to keep, but hard to truly know. Because deep down, you're afraid that if someone saw the real you, the unfiltered, unpolished, sometimes quiet version, they'd forget you even faster. But here's what I want you to know. You don't have to be impressive to be remembered. You don't have to be constantly available to be valued. You don't have to keep proving your worth just to stay in someone's orbit. Memory doesn't work the way we think it does. Sometimes, the smallest version of you is the most permanent. Sometimes you leave fingerprints on someone's life that they won't notice until years later. Sometimes you are the smell of a certain candle, the quiet moment before a song starts, the inside joke they forgot how they learned. You're not always forgotten. You're just not always told you've been remembered, and that's a hard truth to hold. But it doesn't mean you've disappeared. It just means your impact is quieter than you wanted and deeper than you realize. You're allowed to want more visible affirmation. You're allowed to crave reminders that you matter. That's not weakness. That's being human. But you're also allowed to trust that you've already left echoes. Even if no one said it out loud. Even if the text never came. Even if you weren't tagged in the photo, you're still there, in the way they fold their coat because they saw you do it that way once, in the playlist they keep playing but never mention, in the part of them that softens when someone is struggling, because you showed them how to hold space without rushing to fix. You live in people, quietly, deeply, without applause, and maybe that's the kind of remembrance that matters most. Loneliness is not always quiet. Sometimes it's loud. It sounds like group chats that keep going without you, like voices overlapping at a dinner table where you smile but don't speak, like a hallway full of people laughing about something you weren't there for. Sometimes it sounds like your own voice, saying, "I'm fine," so many times you forget what not fine even feels like. There's a loneliness that doesn't come from isolation. It comes from invisibility, from being surrounded and still feeling unseen, from being included but not quite invited, present but not fully held. You could be in a room full of friends and still feel like you're behind glass, watching, responding, but not fully part of it. And that ache, it doesn't scream, it hums, a low, steady frequency of disconnection. It's easy to miss or to explain away. You say, "I'm just tired." You say, "Everyone's busy these days." You scroll a bit longer, stay up a bit later, reply with extra emojis so you don't seem distant. You overcompensate because admitting you feel lonely in the presence of others feels like a kind of failure you can't name. Like it's your fault for not connecting deeper. Like you're broken for needing more. So you shrink that need down. Make it polite, quiet. You say, "I don't want to be a burden." But the truth is, you want someone to look at you like you matter in silence. Not just when you're performing value. Not just when you're funny or helpful or strong. You want to sit in a room and exhale fully. Not monitor your tone. Not manage the energy. Not calculate the right moment to speak. You want presence without performance. But it feels too rare, too precious, too risky. So you keep playing your part. You nod when you're supposed to. You laugh at the joke. You bring snacks to the gathering. You check in on others. And on the way home, you feel emptier than when you arrived. That's not social fatigue. That's emotional starvation. It's what happens when you keep showing up in spaces that don't make room for your whole self. And maybe you've done it so long, you've stopped noticing. Or worse, you've started believing that this is all you deserve. That this is what adult friendship is now. Quick updates, shallow memes, birthday texts, radio silence. That the deep, soul-anchoring kind of connection was a phase, a luxury, a young person's dream. But what if it wasn't? What if the kind of belonging you're aching for is still possible? What if you stopped settling for being tolerated and waited to be felt? What if you started listening to the part of you that doesn't want more followers, but wants one person who listens like your voice matters? Because beneath the noise, beneath the pings and likes and group threads and brunch plans, there's a part of you whispering, "I don't want to be impressive tonight. I just want to be real." That whisper matters. It's not too much. It's not needy. It's not dramatic. It's human. And the more you ignore it, the lonelier you feel, even when surrounded. Because loneliness isn't always the absence of people, it's the absence of presence, the absence of mutual seeing, of unguarded expression, of shared stillness. It's the ache of being together without ever arriving in the same emotional room. You might have stopped trying, stopped opening, stopped hoping, because disappointment stings worse than distance, because being misunderstood feels heavier than being alone. So you stay half present, half trusting, half hoping. But here's the quiet miracle. There are people who crave the same depth you do. They're just afraid to say it first. They're afraid their need will sound like desperation. Afraid they'll ask for too much. In a world that teaches us to keep things light, easy, casual. But deep calls to deep. And when you start showing up with your full voice, your real pauses, your tired eyes, your unscripted emotions, the ones who are meant for you will recognize it. Not everyone will. Some will flinch at your softness. Some will label it intensity. Some will retreat. Let them. Let them go gently. Because what you're looking for isn't volume, it's resonance. And that doesn't happen in noise. It happens in presence. In the quiet, unglamorous moments where someone doesn't rush to fill the silence because they're not afraid of what lives there with you. It happens in the gentle way someone asks, "How's your heart?" and stays for the whole answer. It happens in shared breath, shared pause, shared permission to not be okay. Loneliness can trick you into thinking you're the only one who feels this way. But I promise, you're not. You are one of many people who've smiled through hollowness, who've nodded through disconnection, who've left a gathering wondering if you even existed in it. And still, you keep showing up. You keep hoping for that moment where someone truly sees you, not just as a role you play, but as a presence, a pulse, a whole, longing, layered human being. That hope, it's not foolish. It's a compass. Follow it. Even if it takes longer than you want, even if it means being lonely a little longer, to make room for something real. Don't quiet your need to be known. Don't mute your ache to be mirrored. Because in this noisy world, what we need most isn't more noise. It's more presence. And you deserve that. Not someday, not when you're better, not when you're less intense. Now, as you are. Even in the quiet ache of this very moment, you are worthy of connection that doesn't require shrinking. You are not hard to hold. You are just waiting to be held by the right hands. There comes a point when you stop expecting to be met halfway. Not because you don't want to be, but because you've been let down too many times. You become the one who texts first, who checks in, who remembers the birthdays, the doctor appointments, the big interviews, who makes the plans, adjusts your schedule, compromises first. And at first, you tell yourself it's okay. You're just thoughtful. You're just good at holding things together. But deep down, there's a quiet ache building, a weariness in your spirit that you don't have words for yet. You start wondering, why does it always feel like I'm reaching out into the dark? Why do I feel like the only one keeping the bridge from collapsing? It doesn't make you bitter right away. Not at first. It makes you tired. And then tired turns into resentful. But you don't show that part. You smile, you say, "Of course, no problem." You type, "Always here if you need me," and mean it. But also wish, just once, someone would say it first. That they'd notice when you're quiet. That they'd text without needing something. That they'd ask how you're doing without waiting for a cue. Because here's the truth. It's not that you mind giving. Giving is your language. It's how you love, how you show up, how you anchor. But giving without being met, that starts to feel like erosion, like parts of you being chipped away, bit by bit, while you keep telling yourself, this is what it means to care. But caring shouldn't cost you your whole self. Not all the time, not every time. You deserve to be poured into, not just in emergency moments, not just when you're visibly struggling, but in the regular, mundane, ordinary flow of life. You deserve to be thought of, without prompting, without context, without a reason. You deserve to feel chosen, not just convenient. But when that rarely happens, you start adapting. You lower your expectations. You stop asking. You stop hoping. And somewhere along the way, without even noticing, you start withholding little pieces of yourself, not out of malice, but as a quiet form of self-protection. You say less, share less, reveal less, because vulnerability starts to feel like a liability, like an open tab that never gets paid. And the worst part? You start to believe that maybe this is just what adulthood is: lopsided, unreciprocated, lonely. You start to rationalize it. They're busy. They're going through a lot. They didn't mean it. And maybe all those things are true, but so is your ache. So is your exhaustion. So is your need to be held the way you've held others. And that need isn't selfish. It's sacred. But you've been taught otherwise. Taught that being too much will drive people away. That needing back what you give makes you needy. That asking for reciprocity makes you high maintenance. So you keep showing up empty-handed for people you filled up 100 times. And when no one notices your depletion, you begin to wonder, if I stop giving, will anyone even miss me? Will anyone notice the silence? Or will they just find someone else to receive from? That thought haunts you because your love has become a currency, not a gift. And you're tired of earning affection through usefulness. You want to be loved in your quiet, in your stillness, in your nothing to offer moments. But you're scared. Scared that the moment you stop giving, you'll disappear. So you keep performing love like a one-person show, hoping that one day the audience will stand and applaud, or better yet, climb onto the stage and say, "Let me take it from here. Let me carry you for once." But that rarely happens, and the applause is often silent, because people get used to your generosity. They forget it's not automatic. They forget it costs you something, and you forget too, until one day you feel dry, like a well that used to overflow, now echoing with nothing but your own voice. That's when the choice comes. Do I keep giving until there's nothing left, or do I pull back, not to punish, but to preserve? Not out of spite, but out of self-respect? And it's not an easy choice, because pulling back feels selfish. But maybe the bigger truth is, you've spent too long calling self-sacrifice love, when really, love is not about depletion. It's about exchange. It's about breath that goes both ways. It's about knowing someone else is watching your cup too. And right now, your cup is cracked. You've patched it up with optimism, taped it with resilience, propped it with hope. but it's still leaking, and no one can fix it for you. But you can start choosing differently. You can stop pouring into what doesn't return. You can stop auditioning for the bare minimum. You can stop interpreting crumbs as proof of care. Because the love you give so freely, you deserve it back, fully, willingly, without begging. And yes, it will feel lonely at first. Pulling back always does. It will make space that no one rushes to fill. It will leave echoes that no one answers. But over time, that silence, it will reveal something powerful. The people who only loved your giving will fade, and the ones who loved your being will stay. Not because you reminded them, not because you asked, but because they see you, not what you provide, you. And that is the beginning of healing. Not in being met perfectly, but in realizing you never had to earn being met at all. There's a strange kind of fear that creeps in when someone looks at you too gently. Not because it hurts, but because it feels unfamiliar. You're used to being seen through filters. The competent one, the funny one, the solid one who always bounces back. You've become skilled at editing yourself in real time, only showing the parts that feel safe, curated, sharpened, understandable. You offer bite-sized versions of your ache, soften your sadness with a joke, sand down your needs until they sound less needy, and people respond well to that version of you. They praise your strength, thank you for your vulnerability, tell you how inspired they are by how you always keep going. And deep down, a small part of you whispers, if they saw all of it, would they still stay? The mess, the unhealed parts, the sharp, impulsive moments, the exhaustion that isn't poetic, just flat. Would they still hold that version? Would they even recognize you? You've spent so long earning presence through performance, you're not sure how to simply receive it. To let someone witness you without auditioning, to be seen without proving anything. It's harder than it sounds, because when you've built your value on being useful, the idea of being loved without utility feels foreign, uncomfortable even. You flinch when someone says, "You don't have to do anything." You instinctively reach to offer, fix, soothe, not because it's asked of you, but because it's how you've survived. You don't trust stillness. You don't trust being held without having to earn it. And when someone finally offers you that softness, you don't know where to put it. You minimize it, laugh it off, redirect the focus, or worse, you push it away altogether. Not because you don't want it, but because receiving it requires something terrifying. Surrender, letting someone see you, not just the curated parts, but the silent, unraveling parts you've kept behind the scenes. The part that feels too much, too tired, too unsure. And what if they recoil? What if they're kind but distant, present but disconnected? What if they hold space but don't actually hold you? You've been there before. You've shared tender things only to be met with indifference. And so, you learn to keep those parts hidden, out of reach, private. You told yourself it was protection, and maybe it was. But now, that armor is getting heavy. And part of you wonders, what would it be like to be held fully? Not just liked, not just tolerated, but really, really seen and chosen. Not because of what you offer, not despite what you carry, but with everything in view. You think that kind of love doesn't exist, but maybe it just can't reach you through the walls you've built. Maybe it's not that no one wants to hold you, but that you haven't let yourself be held. And letting yourself be held, that's not weakness, that's courage. It's sitting in a moment without fidgeting, without rushing to fill the silence, without offering proof of your worth. It's staying soft, even when it makes your skin crawl. It's not apologizing for the parts of you that are still raw. It's learning to accept love without footnotes or disclaimers. It's choosing to believe, maybe for the first time, that you don't have to shapeshift to be worthy. You don't have to shrink. You don't have to translate your tenderness into productivity. You don't have to justify your presence. And when you start believing that, even just a little, something inside you exhales. Not a big dramatic release, just a small, almost imperceptible loosening. Like a knot inside you stops pulling quite so hard. And that's where healing lives. Not in fixing, not in perfecting, not in becoming more impressive, but in becoming more honest. Honest about your needs, honest about your fatigue, honest about the fact that sometimes you want to be held more than you want to be admired. There's a version of you not far from this moment who trusts they can be loved without having to perform, who speaks gently to themselves in the morning, who doesn't flinch at kindness, who doesn't second-guess softness, who receives love like breath, not proof. That version isn't someone you have to become. It's someone you're already becoming, bit by bit, day by day. Each time you let someone in, even just a little, each time you ask for something without apologizing, each time you show up messy and stay anyway, that's not regression, that's return, a homecoming to the self you buried under all that striving. So if today you feel unseen, unmet, unheld, let this be a soft reminder. You don't have to keep auditioning. You are not a role, not a job, not a function. You are a presence. You are a pulse. You are a whole, layered, breathing human being. And you are allowed to be loved in your being, not your performance. Let them see you, all of you, even the parts you still don't understand yet. You are not too much. You are not unlovable. You are not behind. You are simply arriving. Letting go isn't a single moment. It's not an Instagram quote. It's not a dramatic scene with background music. It's not even always a conscious choice. Sometimes, letting go happens quietly, in the space between texts that never arrive, in the hesitation before reaching out again, in the subtle shift from "I miss them" to "I hope they're okay." You don't even realize it's happening at first. You just stop checking your phone as often. You stop replaying that last conversation in your head. You stop rewriting the ending you never got. And then one day you hear their name and your chest doesn't tighten in the same way. It still tugs, yes, but the pull is softer. almost like a memory, stretching out instead of a wound reopening. That's when you realize you're grieving, not dramatically, not publicly, but in the quiet, private corners of your life. Grief isn't just for death. It's for the living too. It's for the friend who slowly drifted, for the love that faded without a fight, for the version of you that only existed when you were around them. You grieve the closeness, the shorthand, the "let me know when you get home" texts. You grieve the ordinary things most of all. And it hurts in a way that's hard to explain. Because nothing happened, really. There was no betrayal, no blow-up, no last straw. Just a slow, quiet unraveling. Two people not meeting each other in the middle anymore. You keep wondering if you could have done something different. Answered quicker, listened better, said the thing you were too afraid to say. You scroll back through old messages, looking for the exact point where things shifted. Sometimes you think you find it, a tone that changed, a longer pause between replies, a missed call you didn't return. But mostly, it's invisible. Loss without evidence, so you carry it like a secret. You don't talk about it much, because it feels silly to mourn something that didn't officially end. But the grief is real. It lingers. It shows up in strange places. You hear a song you used to love together, and suddenly, the room feels too quiet. You go to the place you used to meet, and feel both comforted and hollow at the same time. You remember things they said, phrases you've absorbed into your own speech, and wonder if they still say them too. You wonder if they miss you. You wonder if they ever look back with softness, if they ever catch themselves smiling at a memory that has your name in it. And then, you wonder why it still matters so much, why you're still holding on to someone who's no longer holding space for you. But that's what grief does. It clings to the unfinished, the unexplained, the unanswered. It keeps you turning pages in a story whose last chapter was never written. You want closure, but more than that, you want to matter again. You want to know that what you had was real, that it wasn't one-sided, that you weren't imagining the depth of it. You want them to say, "I still think about you too," even if nothing changes, even if they've moved on. You just want to be remembered. But sometimes, you don't get that. Sometimes closure isn't offered. Sometimes the apology never comes. Sometimes you have to decide that you're done waiting. And that decision, it's not loud either. It happens slowly. You stop checking if they've watched your story. You stop writing messages you'll never send. You stop hoping they'll remember your birthday. You stop giving them the power to reopen a door they clearly don't want to walk through. And it hurts, even more than holding on did. Because letting go isn't clean. It's not tidy. It doesn't feel like healing at first. It feels like defeat, like giving up. But over time, it starts to feel like peace, like air returning to your lungs, like space being made for something new, like grief learning how to rest. You start filling your own silences. You start laughing without checking if someone is watching. You start reclaiming the parts of you that were waiting in the wings for too long. And slowly, you return to yourself. Not the self you were when they loved you, Not the self you became, trying to keep them, but a new self, softer, wiser, more whole. A version of you that no longer confuses presence with proof, that no longer begs for closure when peace is enough, that no longer needs to be remembered to feel real. That version still misses them sometimes, still dreams about what could have been, but doesn't reach out. Not because you're cold, not because you stopped caring, but because you finally chose yourself. And that choice? It's not just survival, it's grace. There's a strange grief in outgrowing yourself. Not the kind people clap for, not the look how far you've come kind, but the quiet ache of realizing you're not who you used to be, and some parts of you didn't survive the becoming. The version of you that laughed louder to fill silences, the version that kept peace at the cost of their own comfort, the version that said yes so often they forgot how no felt in their own mouth, the version that over-explained, over-apologized, over-functioned. You've started noticing they don't show up as often. That's growth, right? But it doesn't feel like celebration. It feels like a tiny funeral for the parts of you that once kept you safe. Because even if those patterns were born from pain, they were yours, and they got you here. You wore them like armor. You used them like currency. You built relationships, routines, entire identities around them. So when they start to fall away, even if it's necessary, you feel unanchored. You keep reaching for tools that no longer fit your hands. You try to laugh in the old way, but it feels forced. You try to hold back that truth, but it bubbles up anyway. You try to tolerate things you used to accept without blinking, and suddenly they grate against your skin. And then you think, who even am I now? Because it's not just about letting go of others. It's about letting go of yourself. The self who coped in whatever way they had to. The self who survived. The self who adapted, performed, compensated, blended. You miss them. Not because you want to be them again, but because they were familiar, predictable. You knew how to be that person. This new version, still shaky, still forming, still figuring out what feels like home. And that in-between space, it's raw. You don't quite belong where you were, but you haven't arrived where you're going. You say things now that surprise even you. You feel clearer, but not always steadier. You crave slowness, simplicity, honesty so deep it makes your chest ache. But you also crave comfort. The old rituals, the roles that told you who you were, even if they hurt, because at least you understood the script. Now, you're unscripted, you're improvising, and that's terrifying, because there's no applause for the days you choose silence over performance. No cheer squad for saying no when no one else knows how hard that was for you. No ceremony for unlearning, just you and the soft, quiet grief of becoming someone your past self wouldn't quite recognize, and yet would be proud of if they could see you now. How you pause before agreeing, how you ask, is this actually true for me, before nodding. How you let people walk away without chasing. They'd weep, not from sadness, but from relief. Because you're finally living the freedom they only dreamed of. But still, you grieve them. You grieve how easy it used to be to disappear into what others needed. How comfortable it was to be the version everyone liked. How quick you were to pivot, please, perform. You grieve the certainty, even if it was rooted in self-erasure. Because this new way of being, it's uncertain, it's quiet, it's slow. It doesn't win popularity contests. It doesn't always feel good. But it feels real, and real takes energy. To show up as your full self, without the polished edits, without the buffering smile, without the internal script telling you who to be, that costs something. Some days, you miss the costume, the mask, the predictability of being liked, even if not truly known. But more and more you realize, being known is worth the risk of not being liked. Being free is worth the disorientation of change. Being whole is worth the grief of no longer being convenient. And this grief, it's not regression, it's evidence of growth. Grief always follows transformation, because we cannot become new without leaving something behind. So if you feel heavy today, if you're questioning why everything feels unfamiliar, if you're tempted to go back just to feel normal again, pause. Let the ache be part of it. Let the missing happen. Let the discomfort rise. Let the old self wave goodbye in pieces. You're not failing. You're evolving. And yes, it's lonely here. Not because you're broken, but because you're rebuilding. And new foundations take time. You're learning what you actually need, what your yes is worth, what your no can protect. You're not who you used to be, and that's the point. That's the whole point. No one tells you how much guilt comes with choosing yourself. They talk about self-love like it's a glow-up, a power move, a hashtag. But they don't talk about the moments that come after. The ache, the silence, the second guessing. They don't talk about how strange it feels to say no when you used to always say yes. How your chest tightens when you disappoint someone, even if it was necessary. How honoring your boundaries doesn't always feel empowering. Sometimes it just feels lonely. You expect relief. You expect to feel free. Instead, you feel selfish. Because choosing yourself often means unchoosing others, or at least unchoosing the roles you used to play for them. The fixer, the listener, the forgiver, the one who always shows up, even when you're the one bleeding. You stop over-explaining. You stop softening your tone for their comfort. You stop bending yourself into palatable shapes. And when they pull back, or get quiet, or subtly punish you for changing the terms, you wonder if you were wrong to change at all. That's what no one tells you. Self-respect can feel like betrayal when you've been trained to self-abandon. You learned early that love came with conditions. Be agreeable. Be pleasant. Don't make things hard. Don't ask for too much. So you built a self that others could digest easily. And now that you're letting that version go, it feels like you're breaking a contract you never agreed to sign, but spent your whole life upholding. And the guilt, it doesn't come in loud, dramatic ways. It comes in whispers. You could have worded that better. Maybe you were too harsh. Who do you think you are saying no like that? You replay the moment. You re-edit the sentence. You shrink after expanding because the expansion felt like audacity. You crave validation, but know you can't ask for it because the very point was choosing yourself without permission. And still, the guilt lingers. It's not just guilt for who you're becoming. It's guilt for who you're leaving behind. Some people benefited from your smallness, from your silence, from your emotional labor. They might not even realize it, but you do. You remember the times you swallowed your needs to keep the peace. The times you rearranged your plans so they wouldn't feel abandoned. The way you contorted yourself to fit their idea of who you should be. You held that pose for so long, you started calling it personality. But now you've started shifting, not because you stopped caring, but because you finally started caring about you too. And caring about yourself changes the entire equation. It means you no longer say, "It's fine," when it's not. It means you don't reach out first just to relieve the tension. It means you let some things go unanswered, unresolved, unreciprocated, because chasing peace with others was costing peace with yourself. But it doesn't feel clean. It doesn't feel brave. It feels like guilt in your chest and silence in your phone. And that's the hardest part. There's no parade for choosing yourself. No one claps when you leave a conversation that always left you depleted. No one thanks you for breaking cycles. No one sees the private grief of putting yourself first for the first time in years. You're the only witness to it. And that's why it hurts. Because part of you still wants to be seen as good, still wants to be liked, still wants to be chosen. And now that you're no longer the easy one, the forgiving one, the one who understands even when it costs your sanity, you're not sure who you are to them anymore, or to yourself. You look in the mirror and see someone bolder, maybe, but also lonelier, because growth is clarifying. It shows you who was only there for your compliance, who loved the mask more than the face underneath. And that clarity, it cuts. So you grieve. You grieve the way you used to bend without breaking. You grieve the comfort of being needed, even if it was manipulation. You grieve the approval that came so easily when you had no boundaries. But grief doesn't mean regret. It means you're paying attention. It means you're awake. It means you're walking away from a life where your worth was measured by how little space you took up. And that's a hard thing to do, because the world still rewards that shrinking. It still praises the accommodating, the agreeable, the self-sacrificing. And when you stop playing that role, you stop getting applause. You stop getting easy love. You stop getting invitations that required your silence. And you have to decide, am I okay being misunderstood? Am I okay being labeled difficult, selfish, dramatic, intense? Am I okay not being liked if it means I get to like myself? That's the real reckoning, not the choosing, but the aftermath. The standing still in the echo, the not rushing to smooth it over, the holding of your ground even as your knees shake, because eventually the guilt softens. It stops feeling like betrayal and starts feeling like return, a return to the self you were, before you learned to split yourself for love, a return to the voice that doesn't need to be edited, a return to the center of your own life. And slowly, not all at once, peace replaces guilt. Not because others forgive you, but because you forgive yourself for making them your compass for so long. You start to trust your no. You start to respect your own timing. You start to breathe in spaces that used to suffocate you. And you stop apologizing for choosing a life that finally chooses you back. Everyone talks about finding yourself like it's a homecoming, as if you'll finally arrive in your skin one day and everything will make sense. The weight will lift, the path will glow, the questions will quiet. But the truth? Finding yourself doesn't always feel like arrival. Sometimes it feels like demolition, like standing in the ashes of everything that no longer fits, like looking around and realizing how much had to fall apart so you could even start hearing your own voice. Because before you find yourself, you lose so much. You lose the friendships that only worked when you kept yourself small. You lose the comfort of being the version people preferred. You lose the rhythm of routines that no longer serve the person you're becoming. You lose being understood, at least for a while, because the ones who knew the older version of you, they don't always know how to hold this one. They miss the agreeable you, the always available you, the emotionally convenient you. And when that version stops showing up, some people leave or stay, but further. And it hurts, because for all the talk about becoming your true self, no one mentions the inventory, the long list of what must be let go, what can't come with you, the personas, the patterns, the self-soothing mechanisms that helped you survive, but now quietly sabotage your peace. You realize how much of your life was shaped by fear in disguise. Fear of being alone, fear of being hard to love, fear of being too much, or worse, not enough. And so you built a life around making others comfortable. But now you're uncomfortable with that comfort. Now it itches. Now it feels like a coat that doesn't fit, but you wore it so long, you forgot it wasn't your skin. So you start taking it off, and that shedding, it's messy. There's no clean way to outgrow a life that used to hold you. You question everything. Was I ever truly myself? Did they love me or the version I gave them? Can I even trust my own memories? You start grieving things while they're still in the room. The conversations that feel emptier now. The relationships that once anchored you, now quietly floating out of orbit. You feel the ache of distance even before goodbyes are spoken, and you wonder, am I doing something wrong? Because finding yourself doesn't feel like confidence at first. It feels like confusion. You don't know what to say in rooms you used to command. You don't know who you are without the reflexes that used to keep you safe. You don't know how to fill the silence you once rushed to cover with performance. And that silence, it gets loud. It echoes. It confronts you with every piece of yourself you never gave space to. The anger, the desire, the resentment, the deep, unmet needs you convinced yourself were too ugly to name. But now, they're all here, and you're sitting with them. Not fixing, not rationalizing, just staying. And in staying, you begin to rebuild. Not in a dramatic way, not in a new me kind of way, but slowly, quietly. You say no and don't explain it. You let people misunderstand you. You choose peace over being liked. You listen to your body. You stop overriding your own tiredness to prove something. You stop negotiating your worth through usefulness. You begin to live less out of habit, more out of intention. And yes, you lose a lot. You lose approval. You lose certainty. You lose the version of you that knew how to make people stay, even when staying wasn't safe. But you gain something else. Space. Space to breathe without flinching. Space to exist without curating. Space to want things without shame. And eventually, the silence softens. The solitude stops stinging. You start meeting new versions of yourself, ones you didn't know you were allowed to be. The assertive one, the soft one, the joyful one, the one who takes up space without apology. You start laughing in new ways. You start dreaming again. Not the survival kind of dreams, but the real kind, the expansive kind. And when you look around, it's quieter, yes. Fewer people, fewer places, fewer distractions, but more of you, more presence, more awareness, more self-trust. And slowly, you stop waiting to be found because you realize you were never missing, just buried. Under layers of pleasing, of performing, of proving. And now, you're here, unpolished, unapologetic, unfolding. And yes, you've lost a lot to get here. But what you've found, it's finally worth staying for. Starting over sounds brave, sounds clean, like wiping the slate, like turning the page. But truthfully, starting over feels like walking through fog, with no idea if the ground beneath you is solid or soft. It's not loud. It's not cinematic. It's not the kind of moment people clap for. It's quiet and slow and so uncertain that some days, even breathing feels like an act of faith. Because starting over isn't always chosen. Sometimes it happens to you. Sometimes it sneaks up. Sometimes the life you built just stops fitting. And you have no choice but to begin again. From the ache, from the rubble, from the room you once felt safe in, now unfamiliar. You look around at your own life and realize you no longer recognize it, or the version of you who built it. And that's terrifying, because even if it wasn't working, at least it was known. At least it had structure. At least it kept your hands busy and your heart distracted. But now you're staring at the after, the empty calendar, the silence between texts, the mornings that start too slow, and the nights that echo too long. This is what beginning again really looks like. Not some declaration, not some triumphant restart. Just waking up, putting your feet on the floor, making coffee for one, and trying to figure out what still feels like you now that so much no longer does. You go to the same places, but they don't feel the same. You talk to the same people, but something in your tone has shifted. You're no longer performing, but you haven't fully landed in your truth either. So you're floating. And that floating, it takes strength. Not the kind people admire, not the kind you post about, but the kind that lets you sit with not knowing. The kind that doesn't rush to rebuild, that lets the in-between breathe, because rushing feels like control, and control feels like safety, but neither leads to peace. Peace asks for patience, and that's the hardest thing to give when you're standing in the aftermath. You want to fill the space with a new person, a new job, a new dream, anything to drown out the discomfort of beginning. But beginnings aren't clean. They're messy. They're full of ghosts, full of echoes, full of almosts. And still, you begin. You do the dishes. You answer the email. You water the plant. You take the walk. You fold the laundry. You reply with a full sentence instead of just a heart emoji. And none of it feels like starting over, but it is. It's the micro choice to stay, to participate, to keep showing up, even when it feels like no one's watching. That's the soft strength no one talks about. The strength to keep choosing presence when the past still tugs at your sleeve. To keep reaching when your hands remember being left empty. To let the days pass, not waiting for some revelation, but trusting that the quiet is doing something, even if you can't see it yet. Starting over isn't a moment. It's a million tiny movements, almost imperceptible, often uncelebrated, but slowly, the space inside you that felt broken starts to stretch. Not into joy, not into certainty, but into capacity. Capacity to hold contradiction, to be tender and tired, to grieve and grow, to miss what was and still want what could be. You stop needing to feel better and start feeling real. And real doesn't always look happy, but it looks honest. And that's enough to build a life on. One honest breath, one quiet decision, one moment of not turning away. That's the strength of starting over. There's a strange stillness that settles when the story you told yourself no longer holds. It doesn't collapse all at once. It frays, unthreads, quietly falls apart in corners you were too tired to check. Until one day, you hear yourself say something you've always believed, and it lands wrong. Not because it's offensive, not because it's false, but because it no longer feels like yours. You say, "I just need to be needed," or "I'm too sensitive," or "love always ends the same way." And the words hit the air like dust, weightless, unconvincing, outgrown. That's how you know a story is dying, not with a bang, but with a dull, tired whisper. And suddenly, you don't know what to replace it with, because these narratives weren't just beliefs, they were anchors. They gave shape to your pain. They explained your patterns. They offered predictability in a world that often felt random and sharp. They told you who you were, who you could be, what was possible for someone like you. Even the painful ones gave structure. He left because I'm too much. She stayed because I make myself useful. They love me because I don't ask for anything. And now that you're questioning them, everything feels loose, untethered. You wake up and don't know how to measure the day. What defines success now? If not productivity, if not approval, if not someone else's reaction? Who are you without that? Who are you if you're not the strong one, or the chill one, or the always fine one? You don't know yet. And that's the ache of living without the old stories. You feel blank, not empty, just undefined. Like a page that used to be full of annotations, now erased. You want to scribble something back in, anything to feel real again. But nothing fits. You try on new beliefs, like clothes in a dressing room. Some too tight, some too trendy, some beautiful but not yours. And you realize you're not ready to write a new story yet. Because for the first time, you're not in a rush to explain yourself. You're willing to let your identity be a little blurry, a little quiet, a little in between. You don't need to be getting somewhere to have value. You don't need to figure it all out to be enough. You're allowed to be in transition, without a title, without a label, without a narrative arc that ties it all together. You can just be. Even if no one claps, even if no one understands, even if the silence of not knowing hums too loud some days. This is what it means to live beyond the old narratives. You start letting moments be just moments, not metaphors, not lessons, not proof of anything. You stop needing every pain to have a purpose. You stop assigning moral weight to your emotions. You stop explaining your joy like it needs justification. You just let life happen. Not because you've given up, but because you've stopped trying to control the meaning of everything. That's not apathy, it's trust. It's saying, I don't know what this is yet, but I'm here for it anyway. It's meeting the day without an agenda, letting people surprise you, letting yourself surprise you. Because when you're not performing a story, you're finally free to change, to evolve, to contradict yourself, to want new things without explaining why, to say, I don't know, and mean it, to rebuild without pretending you've got the blueprint. It's terrifying, yes, but it's also honest. And that honesty makes space. Space for softness, for slowness, for mistakes without shame. Space to be held, not for the role you play, but for the humanness you bring. And over time, you begin to hear a new kind of narrative form. Not one you write, but one that rises from living. It sounds like, I don't owe anyone a version of me that doesn't exist. My softness is not a liability. Joy doesn't need to be earned. It's quieter, less dramatic, more lived in. Not a performance, a presence. And when someone asks who you are now, you don't give a rehearsed answer. You pause, you smile, and maybe you just say, I'm learning. And that's enough. Because living without the old stories means you're finally living your own. Even if it's unfinished, even if it's uncertain, even if you don't know what chapter this is, you're still here, still choosing, still breathing in the silence where the old stories used to be. And in that breath, You're writing something new, not with pen, but with presence. Softness was never something you admired in yourself. Not really. You were praised for being strong, for being calm under pressure, for not letting things get to you. You learned early that emotions were dangerous. They made you seem weak, irrational, hard to trust. So you mastered the art of holding it in, tucking it down, making your voice steady, even when your heart was breaking. You got so good at it that even you started believing you didn't feel things too deeply. But you did. You still do. You just learned to translate that feeling into silence, into caretaking, into achievement, into distraction. Because soft people, they get hurt. They break in the hands of those who never learned how to hold them. They love loudly and are met with quiet. They open and get punished for it. So you made yourself smaller, tougher, more reasonable, and the world rewarded you for it, for being easy, for being agreeable, for swallowing your reactions like they weren't screaming inside you. But deep down, you miss the softness, the part of you that used to cry at songs, that lingered too long at sunsets, that wanted to be held, not just respected. You miss the tenderness you used to wear, like a second skin, before the world made you think it wasn't safe. And now you're starting to come back to it, tentatively, quietly, one fragile inch at a time. You let yourself cry, not just in private, but in the presence of someone who doesn't flinch at your tears. You say, "That hurt," without apologizing for the sting. You hold a friend's hand without needing a reason beyond wanting to feel connected. And it's scary, because softness still feels like exposure, still feels like a risk, still feels like a thing that could get you dropped. But you're doing it anyway, not because you've stopped fearing the cost, but because you've started honoring the cost of not doing it. The cost of always being the strong one, the rational one, the one who never needs. That cost? It's your aliveness, your closeness, your intimacy, your ability to be seen for who you really are, not just what you can hold up. And the truth? There's a quiet kind of strength in letting softness stay, in keeping your heart open, in a world that keeps trying to convince you to shut it down, in feeling fully, even when it would be easier to go numb. Softness is strength when you choose it, not because it's your only option, but because it's your truest one. Because you've tried hardness, you've tried distance, you've tried logic so sharp it could cut glass, and still the ache remained, the longing, the need to be met, the ache to be felt all the way through. So now you're letting yourself be soft, not as a performance, but as a protest against all the versions of love that required you to disappear. A protest against the conditioning that said safety only comes from control. A protest against the lie that strength means not feeling. You feel everything now, and that's not a weakness. That's survival. That's return. That's revolution in slow motion. You begin to see it takes more courage to stay open than it ever did to shut down. It takes more strength to say, "I need," than to pretend you're fine. It takes more resilience to remain soft in a world that has tried, again and again, to harden you. And that softness? It's magnetic. It pulls in the real. It repels the performative. It calls in people who speak the same language, the one made of nuance and breath, and things you feel more than say. You're not interested in surface anymore. Not in the loudest voice in the room. Not in the cleanest answers. Not in relationships that require you to be less complex, less honest, less you. You want depth now. Texture. Spaces where softness isn't an exception, but a shared agreement. And you realize you're building something. Not a fortress, a home. A home inside yourself where all your feelings are welcome, where your tears aren't rushed, where your laughter doesn't have to be explained. A home where you are both the storm and the shelter, where strength isn't measured by silence, but by how deeply you allow yourself to feel. This is the kind of strength they don't teach in school, the kind that doesn't look impressive from the outside, the kind that won't earn you medals or titles, but it will save you. It will return you to yourself after years of pretending, years of bracing, years of wondering why everything looked okay, but felt hollow. Softness fills in the hollow. It makes the edges of your life feel round again. And even though it still hurts sometimes, even though vulnerability still shakes your voice, you keep choosing it again and again. Because now you know your softness is not a flaw. It's not immaturity. It's not naivety. It's your power. The quiet, grounded, unshakable power of being exactly who you are, without apology, without armor. At some point, you realize there's no going back. Not to the version of you before the breaking. Not to the relationships that only made sense when you stayed silent. Not to the routines that kept you busy but never full. You can visit the memories. You can love what once was. You can even miss it so much it aches in your ribs some nights. But you can't go back. And maybe for a while, that feels like failure. Because back had rules. Back had structure. Back had people who knew how to respond to the version of you that didn't ask for too much. There's a comfort in being understood, even if it means being half alive. And now you don't fit where you used to. You try. You walk into old rooms. You speak in familiar tones. You laugh at jokes that no longer land the same way. And something inside you stays quiet. Not in protest, not in judgment, just unmoved. Because going back would mean forgetting what you now know. About yourself, about your needs, about what peace actually feels like. It would mean pretending again. And you've run out of energy for that. So you start telling yourself the truth. Not the romanticized version of what was, but the full truth. The quiet dissatisfaction. The moments you brushed past your own feelings just to keep the moment nice. The conversations where your silence was mistaken for agreement. You remember who you were then, not with shame, but with softness. Because that version of you They did their best. They built what they could with what they had. They protected you with the only tools they knew. But you've outgrown those tools, and that's not betrayal. That's becoming. It's shedding the familiar weight. It's choosing wholeness over comfort. It's stepping into your life not as it used to be, but as it actually is now. And yes, it's lonely sometimes. Growth often is. Because not everyone comes with you. Not every connection survives your healing. Not every rhythm keeps its beat once you start listening to your own. But the silence left behind, it's not a void. It's space. Space for new language, new rituals, new ways of being that don't require you to shrink. And in that space, you begin to notice the small things. The way your body unclenches when you speak your truth. The way your laughter sounds deeper now, like it's coming from somewhere real. The way certain people hold your gaze, like they actually see you. You're not going back, but you're going forward with more of yourself. And that's everything. Because what you're building now, it's not based on who others expect you to be. It's not curated for performance. It's not built on fear or lack. It's built on presence, on boundaries, on slowness, on the quiet knowing that your life doesn't need to look impressive to feel meaningful. You stop chasing closure from the past. You stop needing everyone to understand your choices. You stop explaining your evolution like it requires a permission slip. You just live, fully, softly, clearly. And when the past knocks, because it will, you open the door with gentleness, not longing. You say, I remember you. Thank you for what you gave me. But I don't live there anymore, and that's enough. You don't need a dramatic ending. You don't need to burn the bridge. You don't even need to make peace with every piece of what was. You just need to keep walking. Even if your steps are slow, even if the road ahead isn't paved, even if some mornings you wake up missing a life that wasn't quite yours. Because you're here now. And here is honest. Here is yours. Here is not perfect, but it's real. And real will always be enough. And now, you've stopped running. Not because you gave up, but because you remembered there was nowhere to run to. You are here. Not lost, not late, not broken, just here. Let yourself notice that. Let it settle in your chest, like warmth after rain, like soft light in a quiet room. You don't have to figure it all out tonight. You don't have to know where you're going. You don't even have to know who you are becoming. All you have to do is rest. Let the air around you be still. Let your breath be gentle. Let your body do nothing for once. If your thoughts wander, that's okay. You don't need to chase them. You don't need to hush them. Just notice them pass, like clouds in a tired sky, like footsteps on wet pavement, getting quieter and quieter, until they're gone. Right now, your only job is to let go. Let your shoulders soften. Let your hands rest open. Let your back sink deeper into what's holding you. There is no more fight. There is no more noise. There is no more rain. Only breath. Only stillness. Only you. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to stop trying. You are allowed to be soft. Say it quietly inside if you want. I am safe. I am home. I am allowed to rest. Again, I am safe. I am home. I am allowed to rest. There is no judgment here, no pressure, no time ticking behind your worth. Just space, soft space, finally yours. Let yourself drift now, not away, but deeper, into calm, into quiet, into the you that exists beneath the noise, beneath the fear, beneath the endless doing. You don't have to fix the past. You don't have to protect the future. You are not responsible for holding it all. Tonight, it's okay to set it down. Let the body be heavy. Let the mind float. You are floating, held, safe. And sleep is coming. Not to steal you away, but to carry you gently into the place where nothing is missing. So I'll stay with you here, whispering gently until your breath deepens, your thoughts soften, and everything unnecessary falls away. You don't have to listen anymore. You don't even have to stay awake. You are resting. You are resting. You are gone. Asleep. Home.